area, so yeah, the way the address is in the street's hard to find and all that. Anyway, I was tracking a package, and then I saw them in there. Anyway, long story, that's not radio related. But I do have something radio related. I'm going to let off and...
Now time for Amateur Radio Newsline is John, WB6FRZ out there.
Break in when you're ready to go there. We'll take another look around for check-ins, comments, questions, old new topics, anything you got, something you heard in the...
Line tonight. This is Yura. I'm walking my dog, so it's negative.
Finding 6 more questions is my call sign, right? Go ahead there, darling.
So I mentioned that I was helping another ham guy do...
I cannot give you the news line, 6WPU. Right, well, I guess this is going to be a little shorter net than normal.
Learning how to tie different knots. I'm not good at it. But I'm wondering if the knots that are used for securing a guy wire, any name.
Your missed check-ins? Control?
86 ready.
Go ahead, Ann.
Wire is in like steel cable, and was it solid wire cable or braided cable? And are you talking about the little horseshoe things with the clamp and the nuts?
Towards posted. KE68 ready, back to net control, easing off.
Thank you for that reminder. Okay.
Like the braided, sports rope.
Okay. Does it have like a...
Normal operation. This is Brian and 6IRY with a net with a 73 to all. Good night, all.
Yeah, no, not knowing what knot you didn't use or not, I can't tell you for sure. I do know this much. When you do knots on parachute cord,
AE6SF.
Good evening, Fred.
supposed to use. Catch that? Not you. Yeah. So I don't honestly know. Was it the kind where you kind of get it set up and there's like a big loop and then you can...
Glad to do it. Glad to do it. By the way, I just noticed in your reply on that projector issue, I haven't read it all yet.
The sleeve, oh my God, he told me what the name of that was, and I didn't, a symbol. There was a symbol, and that was holding on to the...
6IIY from WB6FRZ. Good evening, John.
5 is available, Kaiser.
Hi, Brian. I've had technical difficulties here. I was there the entire time. I didn't miss it. Didn't get audio out of my mic into the radio.
Yeah, that could be a problem. I could see. Well, we just ended the net early, so thank you for trying.
Yeah, the audio out, the radio is fine. I heard everything. Next time, WB6FRZ clear.
Kilo Oscar 6 Echo Kilo uniform. Well, not knowing exactly what knot they used is tying an end of a rope to a thing. Anytime you tie an end of a rope to a thing, it's a hitch, whether that be a clove hitch, which that's what you already mentioned. If you're using the symbol, you generally, that's a splice. So you're splicing that loop back into itself. Sound like what happened, but it's hard to say. There's also a bowline knot that could have been used. what you're trying to do. So adjustable knots is you have a timber hitch, the tension and friction on the line will adjust tension. But I'm going to break here and come back.
County Station 2, gas leak inside of a structure, Clarkfield Oak.
But quickly, I don't know if I'd use an adjustable one at the top. I generally use an adjustable one where it feeds at the ground. Thing that doesn't come undone at the top when doing a guide wire, such as either splice a thimble or do a 2/2 hitch or a bowline. But
there was another station in there, but of course the Boy Scout guy has to come in about the knots. That's awesome. I did not know that hitch was a... That's good to know. I do trucker hitch all the time. I have a variation on, where you make the little loopy thing first up top. I have a variation on that. That's one that's stronger. So I know how to do the trucker hitch really well. That's what I would do for something like that. Then you can go around and snug them all, something like a guitar string, and see which one's tight, kind of thing. So let me throw it back to Barbara. Did what Lee said ring any bells there?
Yeah. What this was we were tied. It was tied off at the base. So this is the base side of it, and the through the thimble, which was around the eye hook, and then it came back up and tied off on itself. So exactly what knot it was by asking Tim, but I just want to learn some of those knots because I was completely helpless at that stage.
could have been a taut line hitch.
I don't know that one. I know the clove hitch, but that doesn't sound like what she did, because then you had, there's got the loop around the thingy. And like I said, the trucker's hitch is sort of the one I want. What was the one you just said there? I've never heard that one before.
A taut line hitch. Do a couple of loops on one side of, you take the working end and you do a couple of loops on the standing end. Then you go back forward and do another loop. It's like a clove hitch with an extra loop, and that uses friction to, you can relax the tension or tighten it. A lot of times, and fly, that's the one you do at the base at the stake, so that you can adjust the guideline.
Okay, yes, 10 stake thing triggered it. Yeah, 2 loops forward, around, and then 1 loop backwards for the 10 stake.
I'm talking about my antenna. It's a 40-foot mast. The top and middle have guide plates with carabiners and bowline lot. It uses pre-stressed Dacron rope that then goes down to a post that's in the ground. There's a thimble on the bottom to pressure out, as opposed to just putting it through an eye hook. And then they tied the knots down at the bottom, and everything is holding fine.
Okay, well, the horse's mouth there, so to say. What kind of knots did you use at the bottom, or did you just get it? Tell me.
Who was doing it? Fortunately, Barbara and Tim came out and helped me put that thing up because of my back. But I had used it on the end 7 years with like 4 or 5 clove hitches hooked to the post, and it never moved.
Okay, well, we'll have to maybe Tim knows the real name of it, because now I'm curious. Knots is one of those, I have a degree in mathematics, and knots behind knots, and you know, not actually rope knots, but what we call the mathematical knots is one of those artistically intriguing things. Yeah, especially since I can't remember them as good. All right, leave one over to you back there. If you put you do a trucker's hitch, but then around gets sort of like a clove hitch on it. Do you know what that one's called?
You know, there's so many different variations of the trucker's hitch. Version. I do the simplest kind of trucker hitch I can do. So, you know, whatever you close it with, a clove hitch or a 2/2 hitch, you got so many.
I'll post some links to some of these cool websites I'm strolling through right now. Yeah, there's some people who really get off on that, and I do mean that. Yeah, I have some friends that was sort of the way they would do costumes for their, I guess you could call it events. They take a couple hundred feet of climbing rope and basically do
copy on scene.
Crochet kind of thing. So probably not that much to do with ham radio, so let's get out of that one. The answer is I don't know, Barb. If you talk to Tim and he's got a name.
Thank you, Bert. Finally got it working. 73 WB6 FRT.
What he called it, and then I'll let you guys know next week. Thank you.
7581, copy, cancel, available.
Helping a little bit of time till Mr. Solon got his learning aids together there. You ready to go, Solon?
Let me see. I'm going to look at the date that it was. It was on the 24th, so it was like Sunday night. 40 meters.
We will have crew come in.
Main reasons I got into ham radio. Was hearing everybody from down in the San Diego area, LA area, Sacramento area, me, and a couple people, let's see if I wrote all of them down. They were just coming in. Let's see, Santa Rosa, Alberta, Canada, Big Bear, Pennsylvania, Seattle, Washington, and I could hear California on 40 meters, and it was going for hours during a lot of the noise. But I didn't hear it on the radio. I was cruising around the internet on YouTube, and there's this channel called Tuesday, TUE, and then space and 5/26 amateur radio. Echo Sierra Sierra Bravo ESS. So anyway, it's if you look up the N6MUD on YouTube, November 6th Delta. It's ESSB wide amateur radio. So regardless of what I just said before, that's what you look up. Is just look up the and he runs and other guys run about 6 kilohertz wide instead of the normal lower. I'm drop and let it and come back. Yeah, sometimes people complain about it, but it's within FCC regulations as far as the actual width, and it's super that you know, extra stuff going outside of that 6 kilohertz. And he says that some of the people that complain about it flatter more than he does, and they're running narrow. And so it's very clean. So if you want to hear something that sounds almost like good old tube set AM ham radio operators, but you want to hear it on single sideband, that's pretty cool because it's really, a lot of radios can't really go that wide on the receive or the transmit, but Some of them do. Some of the older ones do. And they don't necessarily either. But I'm going to let it drop and come back one more time. It's one of the most fun things I've done so far. They had that going for 5 hours. I was listening to it for about 3 hours when I first...
Train 8, landing directions, radio
going for me. I'm not familiar with his radio, and I listened for a long time, and I came in there twice. One time in the middle of all that time, and another time I said, and so that it gave my call sign so that I could hear myself, because finding, a couple of minutes of me introducing myself and then them going on, 5 hour plus YouTube video would have been kind of arduous. But anyway, just for information, I put that out. Gaspo, I know you know what I'm talking about. KK6 VLV, back to Gaspo.
1320 right now,
All right, so Saturday night was Europe was open, and you're saying Sunday night it was like wide open locally. And no, I have not heard of be called ESSB, but now that I've Googled it, okay, so there's about a dozen different rabbit holes here. All right, I know my radio 3.2, 3,200 on the width. I've got a receiver that can go way wider than that. My old receiver in the black box computer control-y thing. But I did not realize, I knew it was a thing to widen out your radio. A legal thing, so thank you for that. No, I didn't hear of that before. I found ESSB.us and NU has a bunch of stuff on there, and there's a lot, so I'm going to go digging in there. You said you heard them on the net. Tell me about that net again.
He does, he's calling it a net. The YouTube channel is November 6 Mike Uniform Delta. And kind of one of those vertical bar spacers in between, with a space in between. And then it's ESSB, and then there's a space, and in capital, the word, another space, and then amateur radio. Amateur and radio are capitalized. I think if you just go to the YouTube and go to November 6th Mike Uniform Delta
681,
put that up, you'll find his channel, and just go to that channel. But anyway, he's on right now on YouTube, and I also have him on the DR, and it's the it's the KF Kilo Foxtrot Sierra Delta Radio, the San Francisco area on WebSDR. He's on right now, and you can see the difference when the guys on wide are talking. You've actually got to widen it out. Wide. You've got to widen it out manually with the mouse. I'm going to let it drop.
Yeah, we got a penalty coming over landing way.
And anyway, so you could actually see how wide it is right now, whatever time delay there is on the SDR. Now, it's on 7.195, and the rest 0, 7.195 megahertz on. I've got to say again, 7.199 is the center on it. 7.1 megahertz. 7.199.
Okay, yeah, okay, I hear that. It sounds like he's got off-board processing. I will dig into that. No, I didn't know that was... the guys will boost as wide as they can go, and but it's really easy to sound like poo when you go wide, because then your harmonics are included. But digital, and I'm looking at how square these waterfalls are. That would make sense. So yeah, November 6th, Bud does show up on the YouTube, and we'll dive. and I will do some more research. And yeah, he's 20 over to me on 7199 right now. Over.
Over most of the time on me over here on Lens Radio, and the thing is, you did mention filters, and he said there's some older radios that'll actually, I think they have to do some special adjustments and special filters and stuff like that to do it, but he said some of the older radios kind of have that stuff in it if you knew how the right equipment to tune them, so they wouldn't, so that, you know, you could cut it off just like a brick wall on both sides. And that is really cool. But they heard, and a lot of the other guys, you know, that were coming in like I did with our, you know, regular radios that we got now, or more modern ones, or, you know, ones that are, you said, the 3 kilohertz, 2.5 kilohertz wide, whatever, they still hear, but just doing that to show, you know, it can sound really good, not necessarily be super narrow all the time. And that was during a lot of that noise from the foreign broadcast on at night for hours. It was really, it was fun. We back to net.
AF6MQ, KK6VLV, and the Tuesday night TechNet. Yeah, sorry, I was listening and looking and listening all at the same time. And
yeah, I can wait out later.
Analog old radios with the little tuning plug tuners and that sort of parts of the circuitry. Yes, you could easily widen those things out. It's more so that you can narrow them up. And, you know, I don't see any issue with the bandwidth. Anybody's complaining about all this is too wide. I have never, in my entire ham radio time, ever seen the whole band so full there wasn't room to go somewhere. That's just anybody. Dude, there is so much bandwidth, and that's just, like I said, never seen it, that there wasn't somewhere you could sneak between somebody else. Yeah,
probably the void times at 1953,
full
1953,
dispatcher
and
wide.
NC.
Well, okay, that eats up a few channels, but you can still make it. And so yeah, I'm not gonna see right away. There's a lot of naysayers to the where we're getting it 6 kilohertz wide. Yeah, it does definitely sound good. So there you go. All right, thanks, Stolen. I did not know, and I did not know that Sunday went good local. Go figure. All right, AF6MQ, Tuesday night TechNet, coming up the top of the hour. Anybody want to throw down or the wide boys?
VOA 6 KBK.
Here's somebody who probably actually understands how that thing goes. Junkbox King, good to hear you there, Alan. Come on in.
Yeah, I just went over to my HF radio. And it kilohertz bandwidth received, and the next step up is 6 kilohertz, and the difference
two different radios or not, Alan, but you dropped out KK6 VLV.
Right at the punchline, you said the only difference was when you dropped out, and I skipped over all the repeaters, didn't hear you. Have it a go again. Radio died or his battery crapped out. Alan, WA6JBK, go with the punchline. You said the difference between 6K and 8K was, and then you cut out.
Yeah, I'd probably have to
happened there. All right, AF6MQ, Tuesday night TechNet. Yeah, I'll keep your ear out for Alan. Holler if I don't hear him. What were we, ESSB? Anybody else on that one? It's watching this very, very large raven have fun with this fish head. I should have made a soup out of it, but it never really works. Kind of like falls apart. You don't really get bones with salmon as you got just like chunks of crunchy stuff. AF6MQ to the night TechNet. Alan, if you're there, somebody else, more new, different, what do you got? Maybe that's where we'll leave it. The Dr. Demento show, for those of you who remember an old broadcast radio, Dr. Demento. Fun types of fun for you kids. And of course there was Roly Poly Fish Head. If you don't know that one, I'm sure it's on YouTube. Dr. Demento Head song. That's the one playing in my mind right now, watching the raven pull out the eyeballs. All right, let's call it good there. I need to get some dinner, and obviously blood sugar. AF6MQ, last call. Who wants to get on the payroll? Really hoping we hear Alan again. Yeah, I'm sitting there all night long going, what did you think the difference was between 6K and 8K? And I'll have to get my PTR. Guys. All right, let's see. Hit return there. Scroll on down. Punch it in there. Oh,
Quebec 6, Oscar Bravo, requesting early check-in.
Get figures 1-3, over.
Whiskey 6, Alpha Mike. I concur 13, 1-3, and since you brought up roly-poly fish head.
585.
Yeah, Fred, was that you? Marcel, I said Marcel. Requesting early check-in, please.
In itself, isn't it? Yeah, you
know,
this
is Dan at
after he got off
Fred, we'll get this net started here in a minute.
He was still doing some stuff on
Sylvie.
I think he moved to the Philippines, and we heard him a few more times, and then that was it. That was one of the originals. Yeah, the new one's not quite as good. Try to keep the same fun topics, but it's just not as good as the original. All right, let's see. We'll call the ribbons on that. Figure 13, this is closing the Tuesday night TechNet at, we'll go ahead and call it 030 Zulu straight up. And Dan's got the count, and y'all take care. Be thinking about getting your brush and trees and grass and whatever taken care of. There's forecast for thunderstorms. The way the weather's going. Surprised if there's more throughout the summer. So y'all be ready to take care of yourself and others around you. Keep your batteries charged and your powder dry. This is AF6MQ saying good night and 7-3.
It is 8 p.m.
Look at this. There it is. A pot line hitch. This guy on, I guess he's showing how he's tying down a canopy. That looks like the one. We'll find out. I asked him. Okay. KM6, ZR.
This is Dan, N6ETR, using the club call sign W6VVR as net control for the Vaca Valley Radio Club net. If you wish to make contact with someone or have any traffic for the net, please use net control. Interrupt the net at any time if you have emergency or priority traffic. Visitors are welcome to check in after club roll call. This net meets every Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time here on the W6VVR repeater. The repeater has a down offset of 600 kilohertz and a PL tone of 127.3 hertz. We are also available via AllStar node 51094 and Echolink node 454312. Our club president is John, KB0RB. John, do you have anything for the net this evening?
Good evening, Dan and Annette. This is KB0RB, John in Vacaville, and of course I always have fun stuff, interesting facts, and useful information for the club, so today is no different. A couple of quick announcements. First of all, welcome back to the airwaves, Sandy KN6 GST. We'll make sure to call you, Dan, if you don't have her on the roster, KN6 GST, Sandy. We'll make sure to get her checked in. Welcome back. Second of all, thanks everybody who joined last month, or this month I should say, at the in-person meeting. Next month is going to be that much more important. We had a pretty slim turnout this month. Next month is going to be all about field day. We have so much logistical information to cover and lots of important questions to ask to make sure that it's the best possible experience for everybody who comes. So please make sure you come next month. We have lots of stuff to cover. If you have pop-up tents or 6-foot picnic tables available to lend to the club, we'd sure appreciate it because every one of those we get is one that we don't have to rent. So if you've got those available, please email me back. I sent a note to the club, I don't know, last week sometime, but you all know how to find me. So if you have those, please do let me know. I'm going to drop real quick. I'm still looking for our cones. If anybody knows where those cones with the band identifiers on them ended up, I'd sure appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to find some other way to identify who's going to be operating on which band. I know they're out there someplace. I just don't know where. And last but not least for me today, cool new opportunity came up. I was at a car show. If anybody's ever been to the United British Sports Car Club show in Dixon, it's part of the Mayfair festivities. I show there every year, super a lot of fun, and somebody dropped by. They're going to be having a car show and community event day in Rio Vista in September, and I've got us signed up as a club to participate. I'm going to bring my car, but we're also going to be there as a radio club, and so we'll need to set up a table, find some folks to staff it, set up some equipment, get like a go-to-the-station going, maybe monitor the airband for the fly-in traffic. I know we have lots of folks in Rio Vista, so we'll be looking to them to help us understand what this event's all about because we've never done it before. But I think it'll be a cool opportunity for us to show off what we can do and maybe get some folks interested. With that, I'm going to give it back to you, Dan.
Messages, John. Yeah, the car show sounds great. Shoot, I'd like to go out there just to see the time machine. So, right on. And, yeah, absolutely. Just a second what John was saying. There's a lot of great information covered on field day at the last in-person meeting, and I'm sure there will be a lot more follow-up information to come at the next meeting, so we hope to see you all there. Thanks, John. This is W6VVR. Do we have any club officers or committee chairpersons with any announcements for the net tonight?
KB0RB with one more thing that I didn't forget, Colleen, if you're out there, but I was deliberately leaving it out, but I figure why not. Colleen has proposed a change to the field day menu for the year, and we'd like to get some folks' opinions on this. So in addition to the question of the day, we'd also be curious if for lunch on the field day Saturday, if you'd be more interested in having our traditional kind of barbecue cookout, or the other option is like a make-your-own kind of sub sandwich setup that that Colleen is thinking of putting together. So just give your thoughts on that. We'll have plenty more time to talk about that at the meeting also, but if you have any opinions there, let us know.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I wouldn't mind sandwiches for lunch. You know, I think that's a great idea. But, let's see. Are there any other club officers or committee chairpersons with any announcements for the net this evening? Now is your opportunity to ask for help. Your requests for assistance can be technical or physical. We try to help each other out with antenna and radio projects as needed. If you need help, please give us your name, call sign, and the assistance that you need. Those interested in helping can make contact with you after the net has closed. This is a long-running tradition that brings club members together to help each other. Is there anyone looking for help at this time? This is the W6VVR Club roll call. As a reminder, if you haven't checked in for the last 3 weeks, we may not call your name during this section. This is just to keep the net moving along. Please check in after the roll call when we ask for late or missed club members, and you'll be called next time. This week's question of the day is, well, it's a two-part question now. The first part of the question is what have you learned during your time participating in the hobby of ham radio that you've been able to utilize elsewhere? Could be anything. Could be the social aspect, technology, whatever. Just, something fun that you realize, oh, I learned that in ham radio and I'm now using it elsewhere. And then, of course, the second question, going back to what John was asking, is field day participants. Would you be open to a cold sandwich substitute? Anyway, we'll kick it off with Ralph, K6RAA.
We're doing the net tonight, Dan. This is Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha Alpha, Ralph, transmitting from Walnut Creek. And I guess I'd be more than open up for a sandwich for lunch as far as that second part of the question. As far as the first one, learned over time my ham activities used elsewhere, I guess it's opened up a whole world of friendships through the ham connection that's involved in social activities, dinners, lunches, friendships, and also becoming more involved in, I think, with the electronics world and so forth. Going to, for example, that beautiful museum they have in Alameda with their beautiful exhibits in the past, and volunteering for some of those groups and so forth. So I think it just rounded out a lot of social and mental and intelligence activities that really it's been an excellent hobby for me. Back to you, Ned. I'm sorry, back to you, Dan, and thank you for that opportunity. Over.
Dan, oh, it's all the same. No, I appreciate that, Ralph. That's a great answer. Yeah, actually, after I started the hobby, I stumbled upon this antique shortwave radio museum in Alameda. That's just awesome, and they had all kinds of volunteers back there repairing this old gear. It was really a sight to see. But, well, thanks for joining us tonight there, Ralph, and we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. Next up is KO6BUE, Bob.
Fairfield. As far as learning, I'm just still learning the amateur radio stuff. I've only been an amateur for, 3 years now? Thoroughly enjoying it. And I'm going to go with the sandwiches.
All right, cool. Thanks, Bob, and you're sounding great coming into the machine tonight. Next up is KN6ESN, Ed. Frank.
6 Golf Papa, Frank in Rio Vista. And, amateur radio is so diversified that I started my career as an electronics engineer and changed my major to computer science, and really appreciate the digital aspects of the hobby. But I just love the whole spectrum of RF communications and all of the usages from HF all the way up to UHF, VHF, and beyond. So I'm a kind of diversified kind of guy that I've been appreciating. Regarding lunch, I'm a team player. I can go either way. This is W6GP. Back to you, Dan.
Frank, and well, that's a great answer. And another part of the hobby is just getting to meet all the different folks you meet. And I had no idea your background was computer science. That explains. I can understand now why you appreciate digital modes and stuff. That's one more thing I learned about you, Frank. That's awesome. Cool. Well, you're sounding great coming into the machine tonight, and thanks for joining us. Next up is K6WBY, David.
Out at the S.M.A.R.T tonight, so hopefully you can hear me.
you know, in the hobby, learning how network devices and how to network things around the office and the winery and the house is where my ham radio skill in regular life. The only other thing, as far as the barbecue sandwich, I could go either way. I have a food allergy, so I usually have to bring my own anyway. Have a great night, 7-3. Tonight, David. Yeah, you were a little choppy coming in, but we were able to get a lot of your response, and yeah, your audio improved definitely. Networking. Yeah, you know, I guess I never really equated Wi-Fi and cell phones to radio, but they're effectively the same thing. So once you approach those things from the aspect of understanding how radios work, it kind of makes a lot more sense after that. Great answer, David, and thanks for joining us tonight. Next up is KG6 and LW, Frank.
Good evening again, and I'm actually able to check in tonight. As far as the ham and the hobby, hunting down the RF gremlins, that was one thing that I learned very quickly and very early on, and it's helped in life in a lot of different ways, both electrically and RF-wise. And as far as field day goes, I'm going to go either way. Barbecue sounds great. Sub sandwiches, they're self-made, sound great too. And with that, back to you, Dan, KG6 and LW via All-Star.
Hi, Frank, you're sounding great coming in through All-Star. And yeah, absolutely, the chasing RF gremlins is just something I really never figured I'd find myself doing coming from like the automotive hobby. But you're right, it's once you get a clear understanding of that, it's you realize there's RF gremlins all over the place. Jeez, especially with the cheap stuff. Well, thanks for joining us tonight, Frank, and we look forward to talking to you again next Tuesday. This is W6VVR. Next up is AH0U, Bruce. This is ZGB. OM, Roger.
This is Kilo Oscar 6, Bravo Oscar Mike. Roger in the Vacaville. The biggest thing I learned about ham radios is there's just so much more to learn. It just seems endless to me. I get into ham radios as a emergency means of communication, and just so much more than that to me. And as far as a sandwich substitute, I just can't think of anything except maybe like a burrito bowl or something.
Burrito bowl, we got a new item on the list. All right, well, yeah, Roger, it's a great answer. There's just so much to the hobby that, I mean, even I haven't really uncovered a whole lot. I just sort of stick to the analog side of things, but I'm hoping to dive into some digital work this summer. So, yeah, and you know, if there's something you need out of a hobby, you can usually find it and you stumble on a new piece of knowledge. So, great answer, Roger, and you're sounding great coming to the machine tonight. Thanks for joining us. Next up is KN6 CDK, Evan. LW, Ed.
Juliet Lima Whiskey on UHF in Fairfield. What I have learned is that there's some terrific people out there, and they all seem to congregate in the ham group.
Sir Ed, yep, there's a great group of people out there. You never know who you're going to meet, especially on HF when you can start reaching to different parts of the country or different parts of the world even. Yes, tonight, Ed. Next up is KJ6 RWQ, Frank. QX, Russ.
K6QQX. For second question, sandwiches are just great. As far as what I've learned, what I've really learned is how to spend money. And it's very easy in the ham radio world.
I think all of us would agree with you about spending money in this hobby. I started out right before COVID started, and I went through all my things, earlier this year and sold a few things, and I realized, oh my gosh, during COVID I just went off the deep end and collected because there was a finite amount of things I could do at the time, and spending money on ham radio was one of them. So I think that's a very honest answer, Russ. You're sounding great coming into the machine tonight, and thank you for joining us. Next up is KM6BXZ, Bob. QLB, Vince.
Quebec Lima Bravo, this is Vince in Pittsburgh. And as far as the sandwich or the other food, I'll eat either way. I'm easy. And as far as the hobby, I would say the friendships and the knowledge of the people that I've met and how helpful they are. And the radio world has taken me in so many different directions that it's pretty overwhelming. And when I first started out, someone asked me about a ham shack. I didn't even know what that was. And now I look around and I have all kinds of stuff here. So that's all I got to say. And thank you for doing the net tonight there, Dan. Back to you.
Tonight, Vince. And it can be overwhelming. And the term ham shack, wow, not I guess not a very glorious sort of term, shack. A shack, yeah, but I guess it can turn into one if you're not organized. If you're not organized, kind of like me. So, great answer, Vince, and look forward to seeing you at Field Day there, bud. And we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. This is W6VVR continuing the club roll call with AF6HC Skip.
Charlie, thanks, Dan, for the net. You're good readable, and I don't really have any news for the net, but reference what when young troops are getting the new troops are getting introduced to HF, they're amazed at just how when you're doing serious HF around the world, they say, how come everybody else can speak English? And we don't speak anything but English. It's amazing. You can carry on a conversation with a lot of people around the world on HF that they know your language and you don't know theirs, or you know anything but yours. It's amazing. Anyway, as for lunch, I brown bagged it with sandwiches just about my entire career. So a sandwich is a sandwich is a sandwich. So I'm game. Back to you, over.
And you're full quiet and coming into the machine tonight. You're sounding great, Skip. And I picked up on your use of the NATO phonetics right off the bat. That's something that I've taken from ham radio. I use that on any call center I have to talk to you on the phone because I'd like to get information right the first time. And you're absolutely right. We're fortunate that a lot of other countries, ham radio participants have taken the time to speak English. I know, gosh, a lot of operators out of Japan, it's difficult to tell that they're in Japan just because their English is excellent, and they really promote second language learning over there. So great observation there, Skip, and thanks for joining us tonight. We'll talk to you again next Tuesday. Next up is KN6RCA, David.
RCA coming to you in living color from Vacaville. And first, let me say, I really enjoy the decadence of a warm sandwich out in the wilderness, but I'm even more appreciative of anything to eat out in the wilderness. Well, even field day is kind of wilderness. But anyway, so that's for my my lunch thing. Now, what I've learned from ham radio, well, I grew up with my grandpa using World War II relics for ham radio, and skipped my mom, but I took over, and now I'm happy to show her the digital side of all the stuff she grew up with. And that's my story.
David? Yeah, wow. So you guys, you were tinkering with old post-war gear. That's awesome. Yeah, probably a lot of AM operation or CW if your grandfather did that. And wow, really cool. I read stories all the time about folks taking, transmitters and receivers out of old planes and things like that and converting them for ham bands. But I've never actually participated in that. So that's pretty neat. And now you've converted that to digital. So you're a great example of how the hobby's evolved. So I like to hear it from a first-person perspective. Great answer, David, and I'm with you on sandwiches. When I get hungry, hey, don't stop me from eating. All right, thanks again, David, and have a good evening. Next up is, let's see, W0HHO, Jim. There, I don't know if I dropped or not. W0HHO, Jim, are you there? Q, Mitch.
Dan, good evening, and Mr. Dan, thank you for everything you do for W6VVR. Good evening, W6VVR. This is Mitch, WUNQ, transmitting by way of Valley Springs, California. Dan, as to your first question, I've been doing this a long time, a little over 50 years, and what I can tell you is effective communication with humans and like-minded ham radio operators. And it's the public service that we provide as clubs and as members to effectively help our communities in such disasters. And we've done that for decades, and it's wonderful. And through that, you meet a lot of wonderful people, and then you bring the field day. That's what it's all about, folks, for sure. Anyway, I'm all about the sandwiches, Dan. And just to let you all know, I just got back from a fishing trip from Yellowstone National Park and the glaciers, and didn't catch anything, but had a blast and got some beautiful pictures and had a blast. But now I'm tired and I'm home. Dan, thanks for doing the net, and hope everybody is doing well out there in W6BVR land. Dan, back to you, buddy.
Great signal coming into the machine tonight, and wow, I'm jealous. That's I haven't made it out to. Did you say Yellowstone?
Dan, I got to tell you, dude, I entered into the north entrance of the park and circumference the whole thing. Buffalo walked right up to my car, and it looked like I was just right next to it. Pretty cool. I'll send some videos to you. But anyway, yeah, Yellowstone Park. But I gotta tell you, I looked for boo-boo the whole time, and not a picnic basket in sight. Dan, back to you, buddy.
That's great, Mitch. Yeah, I haven't been to Yellowstone yet. It's on my list, so I'm envious, my friend. But I'm glad you had a great time. Yeah, it looks beautiful on the interwebs. I'll tell you what. So, and yeah, great response regarding ham radio. I mean, we've been at this a long time, just with effective communication, and I know it's improved my communication. I think maybe not as net control, but just speaking technically to other folks over the phone. You really rely on dropping 4 out of 5 senses and just relaying things strictly through audio. So yeah, that's a very interesting aspect of it, Mitch. You're sounding great tonight, and thanks for joining us, and glad you got home safe. This is W6VVR. Our next contestant is KF6KFQ. Dave. Jen, Bruce.
Bruce in Vacaville.
N6THN, thanks for running the net. Hey, any type of lunch is appreciated. I've never had a bad lunch at any of our field days or the breakfasts. So it's been fantastic food. And what I've learned from ham radio is a big long list, but I guess one of the most important things was, what is SWR? What is resonance? What is antenna length and impedance? Because your radio doesn't work unless it has a good antenna. So I'm still learning on that. So resonance and SWR was one of my favorite subjects for ham radio. I've been licensed since the 80s. Hey, just an FYI, we had Memorial Day in Vacaville, and I went to the Memorial Day fiesta and parade and car show. Let me drop. And I took some video, so I put it on our club website. If anybody's interested in seeing videos and pictures of the beautiful parade, sheriff's department, police, fire, horses, high school bands, all that stuff. I took videos and put them up. So grab your pen. It's kind of a long link. It's on the internet, but go to our webpage, w6vvr.net, go to the home button, and then go to the links button on the top right, links. Drop down to N6THN, drop into that, and if you're following me, drop into the folder called 2026 Vacaville Memorial Day, and there'll be 4 videos in there of the car show, music, the carnival, and the parade. So hope you enjoy that. If anybody wants to drop in that missed the parade live and in person. Back to you, Dan. This is Bruce, N6THN.
I appreciate you sharing that with us. Folks, if you didn't catch that link the first time, if you go to w6vvr.net, and at the homepage, if you click on links and jump down to N6THN, he's got a folder called 2026 Vacaville Memorial Day. I appreciate that, Bruce. I'll have to watch that later. And, yeah, figuring out antenna resonance still, aren't we all? I'm still looking for that magical 80-meter antenna that's only like 20 feet long and works, but it continues to evade me. So, yeah, I started off before this hobby using CB radio, right? And I bought the radio, and I bought the antenna, and I bought the coax, and I hooked it all up, and I was discouraged by the results because, you know, I didn't know anything about SWR, so that explains a lot, or resonance. So, great answer, Bruce, and probably the number one most important thing about ham radio. So, thanks again. AML, I'm all. This is November 6th, Alpha Mike Lima, Amal from Walnut Creek. I just figured out that I will be out of town for field days, so I will pass on the food. But as to ham radio, I got into it as part of my S.M.A.R.T training here for Walnut Creek, learning how to use the ham radio for emergency communications. And it would have stopped there with just, you know, checking in for the weekly nets, had I not met my good friend and mentor, Ralph, Kilo 6 Romeo Alpha Alpha, and to put it in a nutshell, every NCO on this net has complimented me on the signal. And I always think, you know, the real merit goes to, real praise goes to Ralph for putting together this mobile rig. I bought the components separately, but he put it together and told me to get this antenna, and it's all thanks to him that I come through so cleanly and clearly every time I'm on this net. So anyway, that's my story. back to you, Dan. Response them all, and you know, I have to agree. You know, you and Ralph together put an amazing setup together for yourself. Your signal is impeccable every time that you participate in the net. So yeah, my hat's off to K6RAA and N6AML, because that's a crystal clear signal you got there, sir. And we'll hear from you again next Tuesday, crystal clear. Thanks for joining us tonight, Amal. This is W6VVR continuing the club roll call with KC7ADD, Doug. EFR, Bert. Z, Rob. 0RB, let's give Rob a courtesy check if we could. Rob in the log. Thanks, John. Next up is K6PRM, Mark.
Well, I also found out that I'm going to be out of town during the field day, but it's not like a good old barbecue, but it does get kind of messy when you're working around with ham radio equipment. But one of the fun things about ham radio, what kept me, I also did walkie-talkies and CBs and played around with them when I was younger, but I went a totally different route, becoming an elementary school teacher. So I kind of missed those days of working with the technological kind of thing. So I came back to ham radio, and the 7 Key, Bob Hewitt, worked a lot with me and taught me a lot. And he was a great man and had a great heart towards ham radio and serving and working into emergency communications. But it's a lot of fun to just take around with all these different radios. It does get expensive, but it's fun to program them and look at all the different buttons and see how they work and try to get the best signals we can with some of the other topics you talked about with the antennas, SWR, and everything else, ground planes. So, thank you. Over.
Us tonight, Mark, and you know, you've brought up. There's been a few folks that have mentioned Bob Hewitt, and it sounds like he really was part of the local ham club around here, and it's great to hear that there's so much elmering going on, just sharing knowledge to new hams and other hams and things like that. And cool. Well, thanks for joining us tonight, Mark, and we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. Next up is KM6ZUM, Jackie. I Need Radio, Don.
This is KM6. I Need Radio, Don in Green Valley. I guess starting in ham radio got me building equipment and interested in the whole electronic engineering and physics, antennas and all that. Ended up with a degree in physics. Also, the Morse code got me into the Army Security Agency as a Morse interceptor, receiving encrypted code. So you had to really have a good ear because they weren't sending real text. It was all encrypted text. So those are a couple of things. And then all the colleagues over the years that I've gotten to know and enjoy, a lot of friendships. It's just a wonderful hobby. Regarding the food, I think even though I enjoy the barbecue stuff, I think the sandwiches be a lot more healthy, so I prefer that. Back to you, Dan. Thanks again for doing the net tonight.
Good night, Don, and you've got a great signal coming in. Wow, okay, so you've unveiled some information. I did not know that you used to record encrypted Morse messages. That is awesome. That explains so much about your skill set in the hobby. I appreciate you sharing that, Don. Great response. And we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. Next up is KN6HTB, Doug. TX, Jim. EZQ, Tom. Oh, John. ACF, Dan.
ACF, Dan in Vacaville. Good evening to everyone, and thank you for doing the net. I think about, before my dad got me into ham radio, I used to tinker around with CVs, and so all I thought about was getting more and more watts of power in order to make a good contact. And so going through the process of studying to learn to be a ham, I learned what my dad had been telling me, which is that it's all about having good equipment and a good antenna and having the right height. And sure enough, then a few years later when I got my license, I'll drop for a sec. I was able to go up to the top of the Sierra Buttes on like a 1/4 watt of power on my handy talkie, my Kenwood, my first one. I was able to reach the Vacaville repeater from the top of the Sierra Buttes, and I was like, there it is. Just got to have the right height and the right equipment, and you don't have to have 1,000 watts of power to do it. So that was something that I learned, and that was definitely a turning point for me to realize it's not just about raw horsepower to get out there. In terms of food, I'm a foodie. I like a little bit of everything. I'll eat barbecue for sure, but I really do like a good sandwich made with all the fixings on top. I'll even like to put some bacon and avocado and just a little bit of balsamic vinegar and salt and pepper. I like a little fancy sandwich too. Thanks again.
This is Dan, and you've got an excellent signal coming into the repeater tonight. And yeah, Dad was right. I'll tell you what, if you're willing to scale a mountain, you can do a lot with that 1/4 watt on a handy talkie. I appreciate the story, Dan, and you're sounding great coming into the machine tonight. And thanks for joining us. Next up is KB0RB, John.
KB0RB, John in Vacaville. Thanks for running the net. It's great as always when you do it. I think the number one thing that I have taken away from this is I've always had an interest but never a practical application is microprocessor programming. So like small multi-purpose microprocessors, stuff like ESP modules, the little embedded systems in like the recovered weather balloon, weather sensors that I've reprogrammed into like fox hunting foxes, little stuff like that. I always wanted to but never had a good use, and so now I've had an excuse to figure it out, and I've gotten pretty good at it. I'm also gonna vote sandwich, so I'm gonna put that in my own records. But thanks for asking, and thanks for doing the net. Back to you.
Thanks, of course, for being here for us, John, and for getting field day all coordinated up. And yeah, weather balloon microprocessors and stuff and sensors. Wow, that's you can use ham radio for that. And gosh, all those questions that just didn't make sense to me on the test, and now I hear about folks like you just applying all these things to weather balloons or satellites or what the work Fred's doing. It's pretty amazing. So. All right, another vote for sandwiches. Sounds good. Sounds like we're going to have some good cold cuts. Thanks again, John. Next up is KO6IUH, David.
David from Sin City, and I find ham radio is something I think I know, and then I know nothing. And I continue to learn, and then I find out I'm wrong. So it's just an adventure for me, so enjoying that. I am going to do my best to get to field day this year, and I am fine with sandwiches. I prefer burgers, but I am fine with sandwiches too. But I'm really looking forward to it this year, and I'm excited to get to play around with all this stuff. So that's all I got. Thanks. Back to you.
Coming in from, I assume you're in Sin City, but yeah, cool. Yep, and yeah, we hope to see you at Field Day, David. It's an awesome turnout. The food is great. Colleen's great at throwing together a spread, and you're going to see all these crazy different things that you just haven't had an opportunity to see in person. So plenty more to learn.
RB, let's courtesy check Sunny, and I'd also like to give a little bit of an update on Sunny if I could. Been around a while. We know Sunny KO6ABL. He's been a member of the club for a very long time. He fell and had a little bit of an injury earlier this year. He injured his hip. He's always been planning to split his time between here and second home in Oregon, but he's up in Oregon now and feeling like he might just stay there, not keep splitting his time down here in Vacaville, or actually he was in Fairfield. So we may not hear from Sunny again on the net for a while. He's still trying to figure out his situation up there, but I want to let everybody know that he is recovering, if not fully recovered from his injury. He's doing well, and he's starting his new life up in Oregon. So back to you, Dan.
For the update, and yeah, good for him. You know, he hit the road and decided he was going to plant himself somewhere. There's some beautiful places in Oregon, so cool. All right, thanks for the update, John, and we've got Sunny down on the log. Next up is KB0A, Brian.
Is here. Good evening, Dan and Annette. I just wanted to mention one thing. I had been contacted earlier this year by KD6 SYG, Kilo Delta 6, Sierra Yankee Golf, Larry Stahl, who lives in Fairfield. He had an issue with his back and he had some surgery, and he needed help putting new coax on his tower. And somebody stepped up from Richmond, a ham, who came down and anchored, he made a frame anchored to the tower's concrete base so he can tilt the tower over to do maintenance on it. And he's waiting for a winch to come in that the guy ordered for him. And once that comes in, the guy, this other ham said he's going to need 2 people to help him out. No climbing, it's all on the ground. He lives in the area of North Texas and Air Base Parkway. So it's, you know, not out in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of a good location. Let me reset. In helping him out, let me know, and I will send Larry a note, and he'll contact you when the time comes and he needs the assistance. That's all I have. Sandwich. I'm okay with anything. I mean, make your own burrito, hamburgers. You know, I'm pretty easy. You know, if it's food, I'll eat it. And then, as far as starting in ham radio, I'm always interested in ham radio, and the code was the thing that kind of kept me away from it. And then when they got rid of the code for text, that's when I jumped on that. And then then I took the written for general, passed it, but I had to learn my code, and then luckily before my year was up from the general exam, the code requirement went away, and I was able to get an extra upgrade and get a paperless, test-free upgrade to general and then extra. So, yeah, the code was the stopping force, even though I'm trying to learn it now. And, yeah, I think the comradeship, just people who are willing to help each other and help the community is really important and makes it a very attractive way to be involved in ham radio. KB0A, back to you, Dan.
And, yeah, it's great to hear that Larry he's been able to find somebody help him run some new coax. So if there's any folks that want to get their hands a little dirty and learn something about putting infrastructure up a tower, now's a great opportunity right there in North Fairfield. So, and great answer, Brian. Yeah, the camaraderie certainly is, well, wouldn't be a reason to talk on the radio if there wasn't camaraderie. So, great answers there, Brian, and appreciate the update on the tower. And thanks for joining us tonight. This is W6VVR. Our next contestant is KO6KHE, Jared. DLF, Chris.
DLF here, and yeah, I'm good with either barbecue or sandwiches. Sandwiches are fine. It makes it really easy to grab and go. But one of the things I've learned or appreciated about ham radio is the volunteer opportunities that I've had to join different organizations, help out with different things, and the people I've met through that has been pretty amazing. And without, the ham radio skills, wouldn't have been able to do that. And of course, everybody at work's always impressed that I know something that they're like, well, how do you know that? You're just an IT guy. Well, there's more to life than IT. All right, thanks for doing the net tonight, and back to you.
IT guy. Oh, man. How they've underestimated you, sir. Yep. Great answer there, Chris. It's interesting how the ham radio world and the technology sort of meshes in with IT stuff and everything. How about KM6JQP, Carol?
To check in, but I don't think a 2-meter radio is going to make it from Shello, so let's go ahead and give her a check-in, please.
Thank you, Chris, and we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. Next up is W1FRD, Fred. Checking, because I did hear him before the net started. Next up is KO6ERD, Rich.
ERD here in Vacaville, and things that I've just enjoyed so far in the hobby is just learning more about physical sciences. I think I struggled in college physics with understanding wavelengths and everything radio, so I think this go around I'm just trying to embrace and learn more, and it seems around every corner there's something new to learn, and looking forward to field day, and I'd vote for sandwiches.
Rich, and sandwiches, sounds like sandwiches are the winner. Looking forward to meeting you at field day, and you're sounding great coming into the machine tonight. Thanks for joining us. Next up is K5DNJ, David. Mike.
MAV along with K6LAZ Diane, and when I first got into ham radio as a tech, I thought I knew a lot, and then I tested for general, and we had to take the code, and I realized I passed the code and the written test, and realized I really didn't know much more about ham radio, and became an extra, and I realized I don't know anything anymore. So what Diane and I do now is we do test sessions, and Jerry Hall is having a test session, KD, what's this call sign? KD6WKY at his office in Fairfield on the 6th of June, 8:30, if anybody wants to upgrade. And Diane and I do test sessions in Benicia and Walnut Creek, helping out with everybody. That's what we do nowadays. So I don't know anything, but I know how to correct the paperwork on the test. Back to you.
Let out a couple laughs. You mentioned how it seems like you know less. That's hilarious, Mike. Well, I'm glad you and Diane joined us tonight. And so, are you guys volunteer examiners?
We enjoy that. We do maybe a half dozen a year now, test sessions around the area. I really enjoy talking to all the new people coming in, especially the techs coming in, and give them a lot of encouragement. And they always ask a lot of questions. I don't know a whole bunch, so I make a lot of stuff up, and they seem to like it.
Oh, that's great, Mike. I didn't know you were such a funny guy. That's wonderful. I'll have to, when I go to get my extra, I'll have to go to one of your test sessions. Cool. Well, thank you, Mike and Diane, for giving back and being V's. That's wonderful. Next up is KN6 GST. Sandy.
Pleasure to be on VVR once again, and I'll take a real quick break and answer your question. Question of the night is what I guess I learned or got from the hobby, or what I learned on the way. I'd be amiss if I said you have to first look at the humanity of it and the people you meet and the relationships you form. And I must say it feels good to hear voices I haven't heard in a long time that I miss dearly. All of my friends, and it's good to hear them here. And all of you guys, every single one of you. I fell into it. Civil Air Patrol. Well, I was a CB'er in the 1960s to 70s, and Civil Air Patrol had us, of course, using Baofangs for our drop bags, and well, I decided to be legal, and me and my buddy at Civil Air Patrol decided to take the test, got the license, and here I am. And field day, I bounce around the county so much, and I hope I do get to see you guys on field day.
Welcome back to the roll call, Sandy, and it's great to hear you out here in Radio Land, as Mitch would put it. And yeah, it's great to hear old familiar voices on the air, and especially, and you know, even more so if you're fortunate enough to meet that person in person and know what they look like. Like it's kind of a trip, because it's like the book versus the movie, right? So I agree with you there so much on the friendships, and the Civil Air Patrol is an awesome way to get into the hobby. So thanks for sharing a little piece of history, and hopefully we'll get to see you at Field Day, or at the very least talk to you again next Tuesday. Thanks for joining us tonight, Sandy, and excellent signal coming into the machine. This is W6VVR. Our next contestant is K6RDW, Ross.
K6RDW, and thing I've got from the hobby, I guess would be meeting a bunch of people with different histories and different backgrounds, and just learning everything I have from the hobby.
Yes, tonight, Ross, and you've got a great signal coming into the repeater, and yep, I couldn't agree more. That's definitely the camaraderie and the socializing and the friendships are definitely the big part of the hobby there. So, well, thanks for joining us tonight, Ross, and we'll talk to you again next Tuesday. That concludes the W6VVR Club roll call. We are going to shift over now to late or missed club member check-ins. Do we have any late or missed club members?
Ben, checked in, over.
I'm Connor in San Mateo.
Checking in, over.
Yes, in. Ed, I've got you, and K7CBL Connor. Ed, did you hear our question for this evening?
So, 2019 is when I arrived at the ham radio world. I was transitioning out of many years of Boy Scouts and saw it in Jamboree on the Air. I thought, that might be something I would get involved with. And lo and behold, ended up at VVR, great people, and then along with Air Force Mars now. So, as I've been hearing, it's the people. And then I consider the rest of this magic, you know. It's just how does it just travel like it does. So I'm thrilled just to learn everything and know very little. No further comments from that. KN6 ESN out.
Have you join us every Tuesday, Eddie. I was surprised that you missed the roll call, but here you are in the late section. So we've got you logged in. Great answer, and great signal as always. We'll talk to you again next Tuesday. And let's circle back to Connor, K7CBL. Good evening, Connor.
Good evening to Dan and Net. It's Connor, K7CBL. Just flicked the radio on, heard you guys over here, so I figured I'd say hello.
Tonight's question is there anything you've learned from ham radio that you've applied to other facets of life, or just something I guess notable that you learned? And barbecue or sandwiches at the field day?
First, I don't care either way. Both sound good, so I don't think I've had bad food at the VVR field day before, and I will be there this year. At least I'm planning on it. In terms of the first question, I mean, it's kind of what got me into my career, so it's, I don't know, a lot of things. We'll leave it at that.
Good answer, Connor. I mean, I've got to say I'm a little envious. You know, you picked up a hobby, you got great at it, then you found a way to make a couple bucks on the side doing it. So, at least a different variation of it. So, great answer, Connor, and a fantastic signal tonight. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll hear from you next Tuesday, but we'll definitely see you at field day. Glad to hear it. Thanks, Connor. This is W6VVR. Do we have any other late or missed club member check-ins tonight? SRX. And was there another station?
Again, this is Colleen.
Will, I'm going to ask you to hang out on the side for a minute. And Miss Colleen, please, go ahead.
Not much on the radio, but I do like feeding y'all at the field day. And my vote is sandwiches.
Well, I'm looking forward to some sandwiches, Colleen. That's wonderful, and I gotta say it's wonderful to hear you on the net, on the air tonight. So thank you for joining us, and thank you as always for your volunteering and your contribution to the field day. Do you have any other traffic for the net? KF6HAN, W6VVR. Thanks for joining us tonight, Colleen. You're sounding great coming into the machine. And we'll circle back to W6SRX. Will, did you hear this evening's question?
So the food question is, I am probably not going to be at field day this year, so I will defer from that. And then the first question is, what I've taken away from the hobby is the amount of institutional knowledge within our club. There are so many resources, and when you start down another one of the rabbit holes in ham radio, whether it's a digital mode or Morse or whatever, there's always somebody you can call to get firsthand knowledge with experience behind it, as opposed to just sitting and watching YouTube videos. So that's what I take away from it.
Well, yeah, you know, the club has a great brain trust. I mean, there's at least one person that can answer any question you could have regarding the hobby, and then some. So, well, it's great to hear you out. Sorry we missed the field day, but at least we got to hear you on the radio. Thanks for joining us tonight, and hopefully we'll hear from you again next Tuesday. This is W6VVR. Do we have any other late or missed club member check-ins? So let's see, we will shift over to visitor check-ins. Visitors, please give us your call sign, name, location, and if you have any traffic for the net. Do we have any visitors this evening? I talked too much tonight, and I think all our visitors went to bed. Well, nothing heard. Is there any other traffic for the net this evening before we close? With that, this is W6VVR closing the club net for this evening and returning the repeater to normal operation. Thank you, everyone, for checking in. It was great to hear some familiar voices, and we hope to hear from you all again next week. 7-3.
Golf Sierra Tango, are you still on the air? WU1Q.
Engine 11, Medic 543, medical aid for a fall, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway.
Good night, everybody. Good night, VVR.
Round Barn Boulevard, Bicentennial Way, Control 3, 2102.
W6LIE repeater system.
Runner Park, medical aid, King Place. Medic 541, unconscious subject, 5032 King Place. 5032 King Place, Runner Park, Kennebunk Creek Trail, King Place, Control 4, 2107. County Station 8, rescue in the area of Cobblestone Trail. Battalion 7, Battalion 1, Tension 6, 7548, Medic 513, Med 6, Henry 1 on order for a lost subject in the area of Cobblestone Trail, Howard, Annabelle, Rough Go Trail, Orchard Trail, Control 3, 2108.
Redcom 526 available, Tiger.
Available, Kaiser?
526, affirm.
Post 4. For requested for a lost subject, Cobblestone Trail, Annabelle, Rough Go Trail, Orchard Trail, Control 3, 21.
AB6WR and 6INT.
Medic 527, Control 2.
527.
Did you copy traffic?
Negative, please repeat traffic.
Car 5680. When you arrive at the gate, the second gate, stay to the left and go down the hill.
527, copy, thank you.
W6LIE repeater system.
Santa Rosa, Patrol 4, disregard phone.
Cousin Dennis and all the Western Country cousins. Kilo Echo.
Second gate, having to stay to the right, not the left.
Copy, Medic 527.
527, copy, to the right, not the left.
K6CUD Mobile, Santa Rosa.
KM6VVJ, AM6INT.
W6LI.
KM6VVJ, how's my signal? You're fine, no problem. What you doing? I'm just getting ready to go to bed myself. I'm in the bedroom on my 8-watt with 41-inch folding antenna. Okie doke. I just want to make sure you're okay. I'm listening to the Dodger game. I'm not sure when they're winning. It's 15-1.
Oh, wow. That's quite a lead.
Think they'll make it. Larry, have a good one. Be at Tin Cup in the morning. I'll talk to you tomorrow sometime. And 6 INT.
Roger. Yeah, have a good sleep tonight. Me and CBJ clear.
BLS 584 post 10.
It is 9:30 p.m.
Copy 516, Romeo behind me. 516, clear to NA. Six 516 post 9.
Hello from W6LI.
Medic 540, post 5. Medic 516, post 15. 26, post 26.
They were going to proceed northbound. Alright, go ahead and proceed northbound. I'm still staring at a zero code here. Here we go, signal location. Northbound. Oh, thanks, sir. Here we go.
Control 2556. Guys ready for stutter. Code 2.
Stutter, code 2.
2576, transporter arrived at Mexico.
Copy, transport arrived at 2144. Smoke investigation. Santa Rosa Creek Trail at North Sutton. Santa Rosa Creek Trail at North Sutton and Santa Rosa. Apple Creek Lane, Hewitt Street, Control 3, 2140. to Station 6. Firework issue at Whited Elementary. Control 3, flare fire in the roadway, 4995 Highway 12, 4995 Highway 12 Santa Rosa, Whited Elementary, Jack London Drive, Middle Rincon Road, Control 3, 2154. County Station 7, hazardous condition, East Side Road at Trenton Road. Large branch on power lines, walking northbound lane. East Side Road at Trenton Hillsburg Road. East Side Road at Trenton Hillsburg Road, Forestville. Control 2, 2165.
That's an interesting thing.
Station 9, request for a public assist, Morningside Drive. Request for a lift assist, 15470 Morningside Drive, 15,470 Morningside Drive, Kernville, Woodland Drive, Sunset Avenue, Control 2, 2159.
It is 10 p.m.
10 o'clock. Time for the Tuesday night check in net.
Medic 542, clear the hospital. Medic 542, post 26. Clear for alpha status.
Copy, thank you, have to.
Came right back out and said, see you later. And
5181 in the area investigating.
5181 in the area investigating. Up 43, post 4. is a 10-minute, 10-minute ETA.
Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Clear the hospital. Medic 515, clear the hospital.
Beacon from Fort Hueneme. That's a military beacon.
Communication lines only. Hazards have been mitigated.
Communication lines only, hazard mitigated. Medic 515, clear the hospital.
John 515, clear.
Medic 515, close 10.
Repeater.
Getting ready to close it down, but I've been sitting here for a while waiting, so I just thought I'd say hi.
Dennis, what was the model on that?
Medic 542, sudden vision loss and dizziness, 781 East Patty Avenue, Art Park, Unit F, Frank 5, at Tower Apartments, Control 4, 2217. Fire in the creek bed between Lucchese Park and Petaluma Valley Hospital. In the creek bed between Lucchese Park and Petaluma Valley Hospital. Control 4, 22. Medic 543, post 26. Engine 9, Medic 541, altered abnormal breathing. Head Start Caritas Village, 301 6th Street, 301 6th Street, Santa Rosa, Morgan Street, A Street, Control 3, 2222.
6, POC mobile on the Cotati slide.
SSB 75.
Engine 8, Medic 515, tell subject 760 Sebastopol Road, 760 Sebastopol Road, Santa Rosa, at Elroy, Avalon Avenue, West Avenue, Control 3, 2228.
It is 10:30 p.m. N9DYO.
Complex 13 available, New England. Permitted 1 hour for mop-up, brush fire in the area of the Casey Park, 2235.
KM4EEO.
Right from the factory with all of
Hello, Noisy Kid here. K6QF in the background, goofing off and monitoring.
Engine 7, Medic 540, fall 301 White Oak Drive, Santa Rosa, Unit 317 at Guard, Control 3, 2245. Engine 11, CLS 4, fall 200 Fountain Grove Parkway, 200 Fountain Grove Parkway, Santa Rosa, Unit 1, Vineyard at Fountain Grove, Mendocino Avenue, Round Barrel Boulevard, Round Barn Boulevard, Control 3, 2246.
We're ready to depart Windsor. When you take it.
CLS 586, requested to a medical aid at Elroy's, 760 Sebastopol Road, 760 Sebastopol Road, Santa Rosa, Avalon Avenue, West Avenue, Control 3, 2247.
It is 11 p.m.
Red commented.
Medic 120, show you en route for a possible seizure, 49-year-old female with agonal breathing in the surf room of Country Inn, 47,975 Center Street, Walla. Across the Highway 1. Your run number is 0392. .120 on scene. .515 post 4.
N9DYO.
R.E.
Red Comet 541, clear, center.
541, post 10. Medic 542, clear the hospital.
542, clear.
42, post 24. Two 7, post 3. 1-5, post 6. Medic 516, post 29.
Please drop your call sign.
Okay, Eric, got a copy?
Control 2, Medic 120, transporting 1 plus 1 Raider 2. CDLV.
It is 11:30 p.m.
DF, 62 stateside.
LZ 2230.
Fall at the homeless shelter, 16255 First Street, 16,255 First Street, Guerneville. Church Street, Control 2, 2236.
Last unit, static only, repeat your traffic. BLS 585, circumcised. Close 4.
The W6LIE repeater.
It is 12 a.m.
BLS 584, clear the hospital.
Net frequency.
Medic 540, clear the hospital.
540.
7. Medic 543, post 11.
W6LIE repeater system.
Kilo Alpha 4, Delta Quebec Juliet, K432.
Copy.
You can go to
Available.
It is 12:30 a.m.
Engine 3, medic 541, man down. 3145 Cleveland Avenue. 3145 Cleveland Avenue, Santa Rosa, Super 8, Russell Avenue, Minor Road, control 3, midnight 30. Medic 547.
Okay, well, I will leave it.
Redcom, CLS 586, back in service at Kaiser.
Left 586, close 5.
Medic 541 available in service to Alpha.
Copy, Medic 541.
set, JK67L.
W6LIE, repeater system.
Engine 11, cancel your responsibility for apartment. Engine 3, cancel. Midnight 44.
533 available.
Medic 543, post 10. Medic 540, post 7. Medic 527.
Copy, thank you. Have a good night.
Medic 543, post 30. Medic 540, post 10.
W6LIE, repeater system.
40, acknowledge post hook. Medic 515, code 2 medical for no subject, 1915 William Drive, 1915 William Drive on the park, Citadel Drive, Petaluma Hill Road, 644058.
It is 1 a.m.
One done. Four.
Available, Corona Park.
Alpha. BLS 586, post 10.
It is 1:30 a.m.
331, cardboard on fire at CVS, 365 East Washington Street, 365 East Washington Street, Petaluma, Copeland Street, Control 4, 137.
well wish you'd stick around.
post 24. Post 6, medic 543, post 3, medic 516, post 29.
It is 2 a.m.
now.
Southwest 586, code 2 for no subject, 1053rd Street, 1050 3rd Street, Santa Rosa, unit E504, Montgomery Drive, Pierce Street, control 3, 250. 380, medic 811, helicopter on order, medical aid for chest pain. 165 Keith Avenue, 165 Keith Avenue, Bodega Bay, Aileen, correction, Allen Avenue, Lucille Avenue, control 2, 227.
It is 2:30 a.m.
Copy, I believe. Clear skies with 5-mile-an-hour wind. Copy.
you available? Can I get a reason? I'm unable to copy full trans. Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Hey, got one more time on the radio check.
Copy, loud and clear. Thank you.
9832, medic 543, code 2 for a seizure, 7777 Carroll Road, 7777 Carroll Road, Bloomfield, Valley Ford Road, control 4, 249. Medic 542, post 26. #41 post 15. Six 543, control 2. This stage. This is a seizure patient with a neuro history. She does become combative after seizures. We have started losses.
It is 3 a.m.
Correctional Medic 541.
541, you're clear for Alpha.
541, copy, thank you. Have a good night.
Post 15.
Control 2811, transporter ride at MDT failure.
811, 325.
link to XRF 546 Alpha.
Engine 11, BLS 585, code 2 for a fall at Chevron. 2225 Cleveland Avenue, 2225 Cleveland Avenue, Santa Rosa, West Steel Lane, Cary Lane, Control 3, 334.
control, right at Part 1 road.
Link to XRF 546 Alpha.
BLS 586, code 2 medical for a fall at Brookdale Place, 3250 Sinead Road, 3250 Sinead Road, Santa Rosa, room 427. Carolina Drive, Cobblestone Drive, control 3, 364.
Carolina Park, go ready to depart Park, or depart North Carolina.
W6LI.
It is 4 a.m.
Squawk Control, over. Here, college, identify any braking effort. It's kind of a last second guy ran across, but of course he made it, but it's a near miss powerful.
Near miss, no hard brake application, alright, thank you.
Your quick profit.
Kilo November 6, Bravo, X-ray, X-ray. K6BXX.
It's not Derek, it's Cliff.
Cliff, good morning, K6BXX.
It is
Where's you today?
4:30 a.m.
San Jose, down by the airport again.
Your old Minetta, huh? Okay. Usual clients down there?
Roger that. Next 3 days.
Job security for sure too. Alright, well, how's the traffic so far?
Just got on 680 south, doing okay. Listen to the radio, the only thing I got is so far.
Traffic okay? I'm okay on 242?
There's an accident, so it's not going to affect me though.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, that section, yeah, sometimes, if it's, especially if you're coming right near out to 680, that's different. Sorry, well, good, well, safe travels,
watch road and just keep your ears on the radio. You take care of 737, have a safe and good day, Cliff, and hopefully it'll succeed well. Air 73, we'll catch you again. KS6, back. Listening for the donkey.
There we're going. K6, CWS.
Battalion 8, make sure you're responding along with 81, 81, 81. Dispatch mode is 86, 80, 81, 91, 81, 92, 1, all fire. This is reported as a mobile home trailer fire in close proximity to a house and detached garage at 7610 Elfin Road, 7610 Elfin Road, Twin Ells, crossing south.
Hello, radio.
Tax 14 has tax 14. All occupants are out of the event.
Battalion 8 copies all traffic, TAC 14. Thank you. Engine 1490.
Smart control radio check ready for departure, over. How does that train to where to go to the location? That's all.
K6BXX calling out K6DGB Derek.
Hello, radio.
Is it almost time for you to pull into your parking spot?
No, I got less than 10 minutes. Anyway, good morning, K6BXX, and Cliff's on his way to San Jose, near Mineta Airport. Usual clients there. He says he got 3 work down there.
3 days in Google Town, okay. Yeah, that'll keep busy.
I'm sure too. I know he's not probably to Yuba City, and one time I heard I did more local stuff, so he's all over the place. I guess it's job security, I suppose.
Alright, all I need to know is Fresno. He hasn't been down there in a while.
Not that long ago for sure too. So today's the last day. You're actually on the Yountville premises, huh?
Yeah, I guess, yes. Officially, other than maybe to turn in my keys. I'm not sure how that's going to work. But yes, turn in my legislation and then I go on maternity leave.
I like the way you put it. So, if I understand correctly, you do have the job at, it is a done deal?
I start Monday, June the 8th.
There you go. Signed, sealed, delivered. Oh, great. No, I guess the state benefits, do you have a probationary period starting again, or are you, is it lateral in a sense?
No, another probation, starting over from scratch. Yeah, it's not a lateral transfer.
Well, it sounds like the benefits are still good. I mean, it sounds like the benefits we're thinking about are still better, so if it's a little bit of a time in between, I guess that's the important thing, because that'll work out.
Yeah, things will work themselves out. It's like eating Play-Doh. It's not really so good in the beginning, but things work themselves out.
Way to put it, but yeah, I like that for sure, too. That sounds good. Well, anyway, yeah, me and Alaska Bear will be there, and the other young Afghani guy, Omid, is taking some time off. His wife will have their son sometime soon. I think she might be overdue by now, if I understand correctly. And then Alaska Bear will be off working alone. But it sounds like even with her back injury and all that, she still persists as much as she can. So it sounds like we're just going to work hard and fast and furious and keep on Back's production, so we're good to go.
She's taking Friday off. Okay, she'll get a nice 3-day weekend.
Just rest her back, because, she called in on Friday, and her back was sore. She doesn't do a whole lot, and hopefully once everything works out with her workers' comp claims and things will get a little relief for herself, that she can, whatever God grants her for some more years of life, to not have to depend on that, and could do other things.
Yeah, maybe she'll have to.
We'll have them cut her first and then switch the tack.
Well, yeah, there we go. Well, actually, the funny part, we have scissors, and also too my utility now. She hasn't turned in anything really, so we bring BYOT, bring your own tools.
Right, yes, these box cutter. You're not taking it away from me.
Alright, anyway, yeah, I'm still, it's not going to the, I don't know, I guess I'm very minimum 50-50 about going. I want to keep my Sunday with family and all that, and corn stuff, and I don't know. I know the one time of year, I don't take that many Sundays off from church. I do the CIM, which, you got to do that on a Sunday, which is not a thing, I don't have to get a dispensation from my pastor, so is this in the scripture? Don't make it, don't forsake the gathering, don't make a habit out of it, but, getting together is an important thing for.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to Vegas or something and, gambling, 20 on black. That's the Lincoln swap meet? Swap meet is coming this weekend?
Carmichael Elks Lodge, Carmichael, yeah. Okay, it looks like it's starting to die off a little bit. There's another gentleman, member of the Elks Club, apparently is pulling it, and KP4MD Carroll will be there. So ARR will have a presence there, so it's going to be a recognized swap meet event. Yeah, we have ARR for approval, like the good housekeeping seal is good.
And it's in Carmichael. So the legendary Michael from Carmichael must show up there, just, I don't know, eat a donut and then leave?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll talk to Lynn about it, see where we go from there, but we'll see. But anyway, so either she'll go to worship first later in the morning, or she'll go with Stephen. He'll ride her up to our Folsom sister church where he has his normal home church. His home church, and he knows people up there. But anyway, that's it. So, when I'm wrapping up, I'm backing in right now.
Before you go, don't forget about the standalone 220 machine. Don't remember, is that also K6IS?
224.4, same settings, 162.2 negative offset.
You're backing into your spot. I lost your signal.
You okay now? 224.4 is the frequency settings, 162.2 hertz with negative offset.
It's also K6LIS.
The east main repeater is linked at the site. It's on there on the same site, overlooking Folsom.
Got it, okay. Alrighty, Michael, have a good one, and see you at the end of your day.
Remember, celebrate, good times come on. So there you go. A new chapter starts.
Love Ray stud.
You got that all right, man. All right, you take care of 73s. We'll talk to you soon. Can't expect to be clear.
Goodbye.
And with that, peace. All right, we'll be clear. Can 6BXX.
I hope the grass will be greener on your new endeavor.
Hey, there he is. On your way to Googletown. Hope. Well, at least I'll have the weekends off. And it's a lot closer, that's for sure.
It's already blooming.
Hey, men are going down to Googlesville?
Down by the airport.
God. Three days in a row?
Yeah. 3 days in a row. Don't know what I'm going down there yet. They just said go down there. I don't have anything on my schedule yet, so I'm at the whims of the client.
God, okay. At least it's nice to know what's coming. At least you know where you're going.
Yeah, that's about all I...
Alrighty, well, mobile safely. Hopefully you don't get caught in any of those mysterious... Was that a whole bunch of rain and hail yesterday?
Yeah, it came down in buckets.
You were watching those clouds. I was like, oh my God.
No exposure.
Where is that going? And I'm glad I'm not underneath it.
Caught me off guard. I had some stuff outside that shouldn't have gotten wet.
Oh no, it wasn't a radio, was it?
Nah. Just I was working on the barbecue and a couple of the... So just gotta let them dry out.
That definitely caught me by surprise. That's like, God, those clouds sure do look dark. And yeah. Really warm, and then it got cold, and then somebody got dumped on, and I guess that was you.
Coming north, I saw it up in the hill, bypass us and go through Napa, but no, we wound up getting hit.
You won the prize. I'm so proud of you. I'll
let you go find your tuna and your banana. Here on the merge soon, so I'm going to say 73s. Have a good day.
Sure, sir. Have a good one. Yeah. Today, enjoy your moment of zen. K60 KB.
A6CWS.
520 post 10.
All 2 Alpha, I see.
Control 2.
We have knockdown on the fire.
Copy, fire, knockdown.
Engine 11, medic 543, fall victim at Pine Ridge Terrace, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, Santa Rosa, room 238, Brownborn Boulevard, Bicentennial Way, control 3, 457. I-20, post 1. Medic 991, possible psych issue and fire law scene requesting code 2 at Rojas Market, 351 East Washington Street, 351 East Washington Street, Petaluma, Copeland Street, control 4, 458.
Copy, confirming event closed.
Note in for you, no PG&E needs and occupant currently declining right cross.
Copy, that note has not come through yet.
Medic 32, medical aid for abdominal pain, 242 7 Flag Circle East, 242 7 Flag Circle East, Shelville, English Flag Way, 7 Flag Circle West, control 4, 459.
It is 5 a.m.
Westcom 586, Great Harbor.
CLS 586 requested to 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, 300 Fountain Grove Parkway, Santa Rosa, room 238 at Pine Ridge Terrace, Control 3, 511.
Train 3, Smart Control, ready to depart the rock out.
For off duty.
At 16, have a good day.
543, clear for Alpha.
543,
very light down south on 25, but
one available.
Two Alpha, I see.
Control 2.
Myself and AllStarLink resources are making good progress. We're going to be committed at scene for probably another hour with overhaul.
Copy. Good progress at scene. All units to be committed for approximately 30 minutes for overhaul. To an hour, 30 to an hour.
2.
Delta incident.
8380 really good.
Thank you very kindly.
Train 3 Swan Patrol. Copy, going to Vamanos on your signal. Here we go.
Truck 1, residential fire alarm, 458 Starry Knoll Court, 458 Starry Knoll Court, Santa Rosa, Oak Mesa Drive, Control 3, 524. 7550, lift assist, 8313 Blue Spruce Way, 8313 Blue Spruce Way, Windsor, Broadleaf Lane, Willow Street, Control 2, 527.
It is 5:30 a.m.
2 there. How's everything up that way?
Not too bad. I was listening.
Engine 3, report of grass burning on the side of Comstock Middle School. 2750 Westfield Lane, 2750 Westfield Lane, Santa Rosa, Apache Street, Royal Oak Place, Control 3, 533. Post
115 on the field.
I'm clear, 13 up.
Medic 992, chest pain, 449 Yosemite Court, 449 Yosemite Court, Petaluma, last in place, control 4, 542. Last unit to red combat D. (528) post 10.
Good morning, Redcom Medic 522, available for one.
Post 24. Post 6, Medic 521, Post 3, Medic 515, Post 29.
Force Hard Control radio check on Y1, ready to hit the winds, over.
Lane 4, line is clear, here we go. Communication, okay.
I'm clear, road check.
Medic 515, acknowledge post move. Medic 993, fall victim at Muir Woods, 750 North McDowell Boulevard, 750 North McDowell Boulevard, Petaluma, room 39, Sunrise Parkway, Palo Verde Way, control 4, 546.
mentioned, like any of the other older radios, you got to leave them on until they settle down.
Yep.
At 528, fall victim at Brookdale Place, 3250 Sinead Road, 3250 Sinead Road, San Rosa, Unit 426, Carolina Drive, Cobblestone Drive, Control 3, 552. Medic 522, post 10. Medic 515, post 15. Medic 520, post 4. Medic 521, post 26.
Bring up this one.
That'll lift the key out of bed.
YV1.
It is 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah. It makes you wonder why...
There's one controlling 2P on the 107 over.
Send it over.
That's not true. We don't say we're sorry. Just
Welcome to the W6LIE repeater.
Fire Department RLCL.
Foxconn 513. Have a good day.
Yeah, that's 585. Up to you.
Copy, thank you. Have a good day.
Morning, right car, 523 available for flight.
Incident under control, be releasing command and TAC units. 81, 81, 81, 82 will be on scene for a little while for cleanup. Battalion 8 available.
Copy, incident under control, 81, 81, and 81, 82 are in on.
R.E.
5, ready to depart Windsor. Up.
There's no sense in taking a slow time.
Kilo Oscar 4, Papa Delta India, monitoring from Palm Coast, Florida. It's Mike, KO4, PDI.
It is 6:30 a.m.
Good morning, Mikey.
BOS 580 available, push 1, good morning.
580, plus 5.
available.
PG6JAB.
Expected.
Japan to Diego Garcia. Because I usually go by phone after the phone after the phone.
6OGX, Whiskey 6OGX, WA 6FGI.
Hey Gary, how's it going? Whiskey 6OGX, what's your day about?
Oh, just starting up. I'll give you a call. Nothing much happening here, Ross. You were on your way to Brentwood?
Yeah, just gonna head out to Brentwood here and just finalizing my getting a tie on here, and we'll be on the road soon.
I'll let you get your day set then. Talk later. I'll be back. Do whenever you wish. WA 6FGI, go ahead.
All right, be heading out of here. I might take the car. That doesn't have a ham radio in it, but anyways, I'll chat with check in and on the road. But good to hear from you, and hope you have a good day. We'll be in touch soon. Talk to you soon. Whiskey 6OGX.
There's sometimes I get in my Forester, and I'll just turn on my Bluetooth, make sure the Spotify connection is good, and after that, you like to think you do the same. Bye-bye.
Control 1 ready to depart, Windsor, over. We go well.
Post 29. Air 20 post 6. Sorry. 21 post 3, 512 shade covering 7.
TN6 USH monitoring.
It is 7 a.m.
VR repeater.
I just don't trust that thing. I like my sweet, my double sweet tea.
FGI KG6JAB.
John, good morning. WA6FGI.
Well, it's not raining. It's cold and pretty damp up here. It's not raining like it was the day before. And chickens are fed, dogs are fed, coffee's made, and I worked my way back downstairs to the radios and heard you talking to Doc earlier on my way down. And I guess you got caught up with him, getting your day started. And so I finally had an opportunity to get back there and push the button.
Well, yesterday, I stepped out to the garage to take off. I had to go to the bank. And had to go back in the house to get a coat. Drove the road, got out of the car, sun's out. Had to take the damn coat off because it was getting warm. Isn't that fast? In about 8 miles. Anyway, good to hear you. I'm glad you got your day rolling. And, what's going on else? You got anything else for the day? Or you can't put it in overdrive and just go along?
Well, yesterday was a busy one. Yesterday we had to get people to different. When I got that phone call in the middle of talking to you, oncologist calling me to tell me that my biopsies that they had taken of 4 different spots in my body were all benign and there was no problems, and that there was a couple of them that could some creams and things to that effect, and that was about it. And then so that was good news, and didn't have to plan any future surgeries, which is kind of neat. And then other than that, had to get Judith and Jamie to the dermatologist, and then they had a further follow-up appointment after that for Judith, and then I had to go to Levi's and a bunch of different places and buy some clothing for our trip, and some waterproof pants for going hiking up in Ketchikan and that type of thing. I don't know. Other than that, Gary, that was kind of a busy chore day yesterday, and ended up in downtown Placerville yesterday afternoon having lunch when we had storms and hail and heavy rain and all sorts of stuff and lightning. And that was kind of neat. And finally got home and the sun broke out and it was nice again. It's mild by comparison. Lots of big projects to do around here. Lots of moving things, moving furniture, relocating equipment, unloading some stuff off my trailer. See how much of that gets accomplished, but I've got a lot of things planned.
Oh, you can execute your plan. At least you know what 1, 2, and 3 are. I've got nothing here to do. Want to tackle my looking sharper than it's clean. I just want to do a damp mop on it, and I may have a rotor. I was going to turn the beam back around. I pushed the power button. No light. So I got some fuses. Went to Home Depot. Someone wanted 2 amp, 110 volt fuse. And they had the most puzzled look in their face like you'd ever seen. So I did, came home, ordered them yesterday morning from Amazon. They were here last night late. I just wasn't going to pull the fuse out of the back of the controller. Not gone. But I'll tell you, it's just one damn thing after another, and they're not cheap.
Yeah, the rotors aren't cheap, and I know you got the big Yaesu rotor that's made by somebody else, and made for Yaesu, I'm sure, by somebody else, and so who knows what the story there is, and that would be nice if you could decouple that thing, and you could know that it spins on it, or is it a problem with load, or what caused it? If it did burst the fuse when you pull the fuse out, why did the fuse blow? If a fuse blows. Why the fuse blows is a whole other And so then the next thing is, you know, you were saying the other day, you see, I do eavesdrop. I eavesdrop a lot. Hey, that, you know, is it the controller itself or is it the rotor? And you know, the controller itself, you could start testing for voltage output to see if you're getting it from the back of the controller. You'd have to disconnect the rotor from it, though. It takes a little time to investigate all that. And of course, you don't have a load to put on it, so you can't test the current capability. But it seems like something's hung up, and makes you wonder, you know, is that mast hasn't had to rotate for quite a long time. Is it rusty? Is road? Is, you know, what's going on out there?
I don't think it's outdoors, because like say I had it on I set the beam for Europe, and I was going to put it back to due north, and like I say, I pushed the button, and it did not light up. So, noodling about, the outlets we have to look at for parts, they don't, nobody services the rotors, not even the ham fours anymore. And long story short, there's somebody in Japan that's selling for the 800 series, which doesn't matter. It's just an additional feature for the 1000 in the label. And they're $285 plus 90 shipping. So that's damn $500 right there. You know, it's how you get it all said and done. And it's just frustrating. I'll see what I can do before the end of the day. And I don't know. People troubleshoot those controllers, and they were known to be the weak spot in the entire Yaesu rotor system.
Could be. It's very possible. There are a lot of people up here who have Yaesu controllers, the rotary dial type Yaesu controller that you're, and seems to be a lot of them. And then Stefan, the member of our club up here who builds the wireless Bluetooth controller, attaches to the controllers, which eliminates the wiring. So all you end up with is power wires going up to the controller, and his little module sits up there, and it changes the direction with the rotation and all that sort of stuff. So there is a guy here who knows a lot about those rotors. If you get into a position where somebody needs to look at it or identify, there is somebody who's extremely well versed in Yaesu rotors, and he does stuff for the club and for other people. Yeah, I know. I don't know what he does. I've met him several times. He's a stellar guy. He's really an interesting character. He's very much into very high frequency stuff. So, but there is help is out there if should we need it. We just have to know where to look.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do the simple checks. I got the fuse. I'm going to change the fuse. And I'm going to disconnect the cabling from the back of the rotor. That's strictly a plug-in. And then I'll change the fuse. Because, like I say, there's no vial light or anything. So it's just the rotor, the controller itself, it happens. I pushed the button in and thought maybe the lights burned out. No, nothing happened. No changes on the point. Don't think it's outside. I can pull a wire out of the back and see if it lights up. It's just a matter of going through. I do have problems. I'll get hold of you. You give me that gentleman's name and address and or contact info, and I'll ask him if you want a controller.
Yeah, I'll see what I can learn about all that. So if there's, I'll have access to his info. I just have to find out the details. And I'll talk to JR and to Jay, and Jay's the club president, and info on that. But his little system though that people love. I mean, God, imagine you don't have to. You want to go out to a field day event. You had a portable trailer. You got a rotor on it, and you don't have to have any other wires going up there other than just power. That's incredible. What a great savings it is. He's really he's a brilliant, very interesting. Has a very heavy accent, but he's a very, very interesting guy. So, all right. Well, I'm going to let you go for right now on the touch base, and we'll catch you back up. But that's where we know where you stand at the moment, and I've got no new, really great, exciting news. You heard NYE, and then I thought you were talking to somebody who was getting his Corvette repaired. Was that NYE, or was that the other Jerry that came down from Nevada?
From Nevada, but I had no idea. He was as usual on 195. But he left Nevada, went to Tennessee. But we got along pretty good off and on through talking on 195. He's going to come by this morning about 10 o'clock. We're going to have a visit, and one thing or another. He has all kinds of relatives that were graduating high school, college, whatever. So we'll see what happens and do some visiting with him. The rotor thing is just frustrating, that's all. Everything was working fine, turned it off, went to turn it back on, and then no light. And that's not a good sign, obviously. We'll know about it. It's just happening to be I looked at DX Engineering. They want to price the controller down for the price of the whole entire brand new unit. Hell, I can get one of those down at HRL by driving over there and picking it up. See how it goes. Take care. Chat you later, all right.
Okay. Well, there's two different Jerrys. The NYE, Tennessee. He was from Rancho Cordova originally. He went back to high school, went back to college later in his career, became a safety manager for a bus company, and he had a great career, very interesting guy. And then there's the other Jerry that we know, and I also can't remember his call right this second. That's going to drive me nuts. But anyway, Silver Springs, Nevada. His father-in-law's house is where they lived, and he worked for Kaiser Hospital. He also worked for Six Flags, and he Six Flags Park, and we all talked to him when he traversed back and forth between Woodland and Six Flags. And then he's now up at Silver Springs, and if I'm correct, he was the one with the Corvette. And then he was waiting in line. So different folks, but both of them very nice guys. And so anyhow, all right, we'll catch up with you. He's seeing NYE today, and I spoke with him yesterday. We had a nice visit. KG6JB.
Yeah, I think there's two different Jerrys there. I can't remember if he drove a Corvette or not. And nor did he. I thought, and I had in mind he was out in Lovelock, not Silver Springs. He was off of the 8th, the north. Anyway, we'll get on the particulars all squared away and we'll chat about it later. And thank you for the morning chit-chat. Appreciate it. 6JB, WA6FGI.